Afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? How are we doing? Oh, I made it. I've got audio. The cameras are working. It's a miracle. It is a miracle. We had a few people got chopped off the top. Colin's at the top at the moment, but I don't think he was at the top. He might have been. Afternoon to you, Colin. Afternoon, Derek. Not Dartmoor Prison. Let's hope not. I don't know. It could mention the prison. I mean, it's quite a famous place up on Dartmoor. Michael Hyde, I'm Michael. Santosh Kumar, welcome from India. Hi, Luigi. Afternoon, Russie. Mac Vision. Hi, Mac Vision. Anthony. Hi, Anthony. Rob's radio channel. Thank you very much, Rob. And Rob's getting some good subscriber numbers now. Yeah, Rob's channel is growing, so if you've not checked it out, then go and have a look. Afternoon, Chris. The cassette sovereign is 90%, 95% done, Chris. 95% done, mate. Afternoon, Robert. Matamble, afternoon, Nick. Mike Cass, hi, Mike. Hi, Brett. Rob Titheridge, hi, Rob. Hi, Multi. Crunch time. Thomas, how are you and Susie? Oh, Blokey. Afternoon, Steve. Afternoon, Gavin. Sunny Welsh. It's nice here today, actually. It's cold, though. It's blooming cold. It's nice, but cold. Afternoon, Les. Afternoon, Mark. And Benji's in. 80, hi, 80. Danish, hi, Danish. Bruno Gandolfo. Good afternoon to you from Chile. Welcome. Mr. Laser Sound, good welcome to you. And Mr. Laser Sound sent me an absolutely brilliant manual for my Sharp boombox. So thank you very much to Mr. Laser Sound for that. Steve, you there, but you're not well, so may not be much use. Sorry to hear that, Steve. Mick McGinn, hi Mick. Right, I think I'm caught up. I think I'm caught up. I've had some very nice 3D printed things in from Steve, old blokey. Has sent me a couple of giveaways. I've got quite a lot of giveaways. So I think next week's stream will announce a couple of giveaways. I think so I've got about 5 or 6 lined up here at the moment. So I'm getting snowed under with giveaways. I've got to do some sooner or later. I sort of like try and save giveaways for special events, but I mean, I'm not going to get to 6,000 anytime soon, but I should get to 6,000 subs this year. So if you're not subbed, then hit the thumbs up and subscribe if you would. Don't forget to click the bell icon, and you'll understand. Well, you'll get a notification when I'm on. Then, thank you, Rob. Right, so this has come around really because of you lot loving that Shell Sound cassette tape that I had with Lord Montague on it. So I've been on the lookout for more of these tapes, and I can't find any anywhere. But I did come across an 8-track in the same series. So I thought I'm going to get that. So I actually bought 2. I bought one brand new, unopened, and the bloke emailed me back, so they can't find it. So we had to cancel my order and refund me, which was a bit of a shame. But I managed to get another one exactly the same, and it's Dartmoor, which is literally, I can see Dartmoor from my window here. So that's a place I do love to go. So really looking forward to seeing what's on this. But to see what's on it, I've got to have an 8-track player. Now, I've actually got 3 8-track players. I've got like a hi-fi one, which needs an amplifier in order for it to work. Now, I have got a preamp up there, which would work it through my other amplifier here. But it was take me ages to set that up. Plus, it would I'd have to totally pull the room apart to do it. So that wasn't really practical. So I had two others that I did a video of quite some time ago now that I picked up at an auction. And I put a link to that in the video description below, but I will quickly show you what video it was, because I've got it up here, I think. Where are we? Screen cap. There we go. So this was quite some time ago that I did this. But if you want to see it, let's copy and paste that link. The link is in the description of this video today, but I'll pop it across if anyone wants to jump back and forward, because basically it shows you what I've already done. It will show you what I've already done on this thing, because I have done a lot of work on this already, so it is going, but it needs the power supply and the speaker setup modified. So that's what I'm hoping to do. So there you are, there's a link. Perhaps my place will show up on the Shell Sound tour. I don't think so. Afternoon, Harvey. Modern tech. When was 8-track in its prime? I think I was talking to Les yesterday. He seems to think it's from the 70s, really. It's the sort of stuff you'd have in your old Mark II Cortina. Well, you say that, I mean, I'm sure I had one in my Mark I Capri when I bought it, and I think I changed it. I threw it away in disgust, I think, and put a Sharp radio cassette in there. Anyway, we've got somebody waiting here patiently, as always, waiting to serve me with some beer. There he is. What have you got today then, Mr. Penguin? 1970s. Yeah, see, my Mark I Capri was 1970. J-Reg, I believe it was. So he's got me some Black Sheep milk stout. Thank you. Thank you, Penguin. Give me the glass. Give it to me. So let's get that in the glass. So I did clean this up yesterday because it's in hell of a state, this radio. It still needs some stuff doing. It's got silver paint overspray, so you can just about see it here. It's got silver paint overspray on it, so I have done one side of the case. I thought I'd done the top side, but typically I've done the bottom side of the case. I've just rubbed it over with some thinners, which has got rid of most of the paint. They even oversprayed onto the plastic, so it's not great. Oh, that's a bit feisty, Penguin. So cheerio, Penguin. He's off. He's still with us. He's still with us. Patrick B, how are you, mate? From the Netherlands. Welcome. You had one in your 77 Pinto. I think they were a lot more popular in the States. No, I've probably only got about 8-track tapes. I've not got many at all. I mean, you can see I've got a couple in the background here, and this is the tape in question. A Day on Dartmoor. So we'll have a close-up look at that first, I think. And then we'll get to modifying the power supply and speaker setup on the back here, because it's got a weird connector on the back and I haven't got the plug for it. So it's it's in need of modification. Now Victor popped on yesterday and suggested putting a 4-pin DIN on it. Well, I've got a 5-pin DIN. The problem is it's very small and very difficult, the size of wire, to actually solder stuff to it. So I found something else which I'll show you in a bit as well, which I think will do the job a bit better, but I'm going to need to find a chock block connector or some sort of quick connector. I've got some that Doug gave me actually over here somewhere. I pulled them out the other day because they're going to come in useful. There we go. Yeah, I've got these things that Doug gave me, which are sort of splicers. What's he called them? Spring-loaded wire splicers for testing. So it might be that we can use these to hook it up. Depends what sort of size wire they'll take. The problem is we've got 3 ground wires to put into one terminal, which is what's going to cause me the headache, really. You had a Fred Flintstone's Mark 1 Capri hole in the driver's floor. I had a Mark 2 Escort like that, Mike. In fact, I learnt to drive in a Mark 2 Escort. Which Capri was it, Mike? We're working on an 8-track player today. Rob, have you ever heard of an 8-track player? It's basically an old school cassette deck, really, I suppose. Apparently they're supposed to be better quality. Those tapes have seen some bad road. So if you look back at the other video I did, I mean, this is only the cover that's looking ropey. The actual tape's not looking too bad. So this one I did refurbish. I took this one apart on that video that I put the link to. I put a new piece of foam in it and cleaned it. Went through everything, and it's got Zorba the Greek on it. This is a bonus. It's got Zorba the Greek. So that's one we can try. Go back in there very well. This one, again, I've refurbished this one, but a bit of dust on it. This one's got no label on it. It's pretty much just a mix, like a mix tape, I suppose, like a compilation tape from back in the day. But if anybody's got any of these old tapes that they don't want, you'll have to let me know, because I wouldn't mind a few more. And I must get the hi-fi one sorted. It needs a new drive belt. And if we got time, we've got one of my all-time favourite artists. I don't know if you can see that, but Mr. Elvis Presley. I've got one of his tapes on 8-track. Now, it looks pretty rough. It is pretty rough and pretty horrible. I mean, look. This has had some play time, this one. But some very strange songs on. There's a lot that I don't recognise. I washed my hands in muddy water. But the problem with this one is it's got no tape. The tape is broken. But it has got these felt pads and like a spring mechanism. And they are pretty good. The other issue, now I've spent a lot of time talking to Harvey about this, is a lot of these tapes, I've got some other ones, and the foam pads have gone in them. I haven't really got anything that I can put back in there that works, really. Yeah, which Mark 1 though, Mike? Was it a GT? Was it a 3 litre, 2 litre, 1600? Gotta love a bit of Zorba. Certainly before your time, Rob. Graham, find the ground and power first. I bet the speaker wires used earth speakers. Yeah, the earth and the speakers. We have done it, Harvey, already on the previous video. And I have got on the back of this unit, I've actually marked it, which is which. So you can see I've got left and right marked, positive and negative. So there's only a single connection for left and right, so they've got to use the ground. And that ground is connected to the chassis, so the speakers, like you say, are earthed. And I've also got to get the incoming cable attached to that as well. The other thing that I've got missing is a slider knob. So again, if anyone's got one of these little slider fader knob, I must look up to see if I can get one, because I've got one missing. It's a shame. That one's a bit bent as well. I just noticed that. It's a bit bendy, that one. I need to bend that one back. It's made in Japan. It's fairly well made. It's pretty robust inside. I mean, you can see I've cleaned up this a little bit with some thinner. I did that yesterday just to see if I could make it look a bit more presentable, because that was horrifically bad. And this one, you can see we've got silver overspray on this one as well. So just need to rub that over. And of course, all the chrome has been battered away over time, so I can probably paint that in with that chrome pen that Sean gave me. But yeah, it's working. Well, it was working. It's a long time since I've done it. Also, I've got a couple of these. I mean, you'll all notice these. You always had these on your parcel shelf of your car when you bought it. Someone had usually cut big holes in the parcel shelf and stuck these wedge type speakers on the rear parcel shelf. Remember those? I mean, there's nothing in them at the moment because I've taken them out to clean them, because these were absolutely caked in dust and muck. They're not great now, but they're a damn sight better. Thanks to John's panel cleaner. Mr. John Turner sent me some panel cleaner. So, yeah, all retro. So let's have a look. Warble mode and tape wonder on the head. Most interesting 8-track I have had is the head cleaning tape. Now, there is a question for any of you that do know anything about 8 tracks. Was there ever an alignment tape available? Because I was trying to sort of think, how could I align an 8-track tape? Because normally you put test tones in from a tape, so maybe I could inject them into the... I really don't know how I could do it without a test tape. Then my other unit is a recording one, but then again, if you record at the wrong speed as a test tape, it's gonna, well, you know, I don't know if there's many recordable ones left now. You had an 8-track recorder in the house on the hi-fi on an old Panasonic deck. Yeah. Thomas worked on a lot of those cross-track eating tape machines. Ferocious appetite. Hopefully it doesn't get too hungry and eat Dartmoor. There is a guy on eBay, Anthony, that sells them, but he wants, I think it's £2.50 for a little tiny strip of foam. And it's £2.50 plus postage for just 2 of these strips, which is crazy price. And there's a place in the States that you can get them. So I think that's probably the way to go, because you can buy 50 for about $20-something. You picked up a recording 8-track, but need to service it first and get some tapes. Yeah, I'll say my sharp one up in the loft is a recording one, but it is in pieces. It needs a new belt. Afternoon, Jess, how are you? There's a 2-litre mic. That was probably the facelift one then, with the overhead cam engine in it. Because they did a... no, they did a 2-litre V4 actually, didn't they? They did a 2-litre V4, but that was only in the GT. I think it was a 2-litre GT, and that was a V4 engine. The later facelift model with the bigger headlights and the bulge in the bonnet, that had the overhead cam engine in it. You took the capstans to a sandblaster and roughed up the drive portion. Whoa. A V8 Pinto. Can't remember the trim, you didn't have it for long now. Yeah, I did think that, Matamble. I will need to see if I can draw it first. That's the key with 3D print. It's all very well being able to 3D print it, but you've got to be able to draw it first in a 3D package, in a CAD package. You know the feeling, Harvey. You beast. Afternoon, Derek, how are you? Bit drafty, yeah. You remember him well, Derek, do you? You've still got a pair of old speakers like that. Yeah, again, it was a sort of thing you had. It was all that was available back in the early days. Brian Stacy, afternoon, Brian. You had a '68 Cadillac Coupe de Ville. I think that was quite a fancy car from memory, Brian, wasn't it? Had a factory 8-track in it, hung under the dash, and a glove box full of country music tapes. They sounded awful. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yours demagnetizes and cleans, Brett, does it? Chris had speakers like that too. You're not aware of there ever being a test tape? There must have been. Thomas used to service these. Thomas, did you ever have a test tape? Use weatherizing strips for the foam. Seem to remember that works fine if it's thick enough. Yeah. Corsair engine. What's that? The V4, Brett? Yeah, it was. It was. No, it wasn't. I don't think it was overhead cam. The V4. It was overhead valve, I think. You had a test tape back in the 70s when you worked at Tandy UK. Just in the workshop. Yeah, I thought there must be. I thought there must be, Derek. Yeah, we're okay, mate. You did it by ear. The V4, yeah. Well, that was fitted to the early 2-litre Capris before the facelift, and then when they went to the oh yeah, rocker shaft. Yeah, you're right, Steve. When they went to the facelift model, they went to the overhead valve engine. I think the older engine was the Essex, and the later version was the Pinto, wasn't it? I believe. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked, but it's all good fun. So let's have a look at this tape, shall we? And see if I can get the overhead camera lined up. Let's get. Oh Christ! I didn't realise there was that much left in there. I just poured a quarter of my beer over the table now. It's a pain. Right. So, A Day on Dartmoor. Now, as I say, this is one of these shell sound guides, which is the same. Let me just get the other one. As our little test tape that everybody likes so much, if I can find it. Typical, I can't find it now. Definitely is here because I seen it yesterday. Yeah, here we go. So I am on the lookout for these. So if anybody sees any, it's unlikely you'll see it on its own. But this is the other one I've got. Is on a normal cassette. So it's exactly the same series, but this one's obviously 8-track. You see, it's still the same picture of the Ford Capri Mark 1, and that's the facelift model with a bulgy bonnet and the bigger headlights, look. So that would date it probably, because I think 71 they came out, those. Zoom you in a bit. Yeah, so I think it was 1971 the facelift model came out. I'm not 100% sure, but I used to be a bit of a Capri nut at one stage. So it's covered by Shell Roadmap #1. Now, I have actually ordered a Shell Roadmap #1 from eBay from 1969, I believe, and I'm not sure what date this one is, but we do know that this one is 1971. So assuming that this one's going to be the same sort of date, if not earlier. I don't know anything about this. I haven't played it. You're going to be hearing it, hopefully. You'll be hearing it the same time as me. So let's look on the back. So just some warranty info on the back. Nothing too exciting there, really. So that light a little bit. Stop the glare. Cartridges must be protected from extreme heat or cold and intense sunlight. So this is made by Precision Tapes Limited. "17 Cumberland Place in London." Now, I don't know if that's the same people that made this one. Yes, the same people. So this is Precision Tapes Limited as well. It's the same place. So it looks like they've done the 8-track and the cassette. And so you can see the date on this one, 1971. I don't know if the other one's dated. It's very early, and it does work great, that tape. I must copy that tape. I've got another boombox that I've bought for tape copying. Harvey, how you doing, mate? Talking about you just now. Did you find a decent supplier for the tape strips, Harvey? Because I know we exchanged lots of emails trying to sort you out some. And I just gave you what I've been using, which did sort of work. So let's have a look inside it then. Let's have a look at the tape. So we've got a little booklet as well, but let's have a look at the tape first. So it's in pretty good nick. You know, it's obviously been kept in its cover. Probably not hardly ever been used. I mean, when would you play this thing? You'd only play it when you're up on Dartmoor, I suppose, wouldn't you? You get up in your Cortina or your Capri, even maybe your Anglia. That's a bit early, isn't it? I can't see any dates on this. Yeah, I can't see any dates on this, which is a bit of it's got to be around the same sort of time. But it looks good. It looks like it's had some new foam in it, or the original foam's very good. Still got a bit of bounce on it. So I think someone may have put new foam in this one. But they are quite tricky to get apart, these. It doesn't look like it's been taken apart. So that's the tape. So can we learn any more on the map? So that's the other one we got, Christchurch, Bewley. So there's Stratford-on-Avon, Wye Valley, and Lake District. So there's only 5 of these ever made. Just trying to see if I can see any date on it at all. So it's narrated by Richard Beebe and Ronald Fletcher. I don't remember what the other one was. Obviously, was Lord Bewley was one of them, wasn't he? Lord Montague of Bewley, sorry. So narrated by George Barker, C. Gordon Glover, Arthur Cadman, and the Right Honourable. So no, this is different people then narrated this one. Okay, so content includes, let's have a look. Content includes, let's get you in a bit closer on that. Let's see what's in store for us when we can read this, when we can listen to it even. Sporting news, back to back, fortitude, county cottage, nuts and bolts, top people, aerosol waltz, air on the G scene, air on the G scene, fields of green. What on earth is all that about? So there's obviously some music on this then. Some music, eh? So it's obviously got narration on it. Now this is the map. So this is obviously the route that they're looking at. Let's get rid of me a minute. Let's see if I can get it all in. So where are we starting? Okay, so we're coming from Exeter by the looks of it, are we? So we got from Exeter here coming in through Morton Hampstead, and looks like where the hell's it going from there? It's taking us out to Chagford from Morton. It must somehow go down. It must go down through here, all around there, round here, up around there. That's quite a drive, that is. Actually, I do know all of this. I know all of this area. I mean, Brentor is up near Tavistock. Over here. Lidford Castle, Dartmoor Inn at Lidford. Tavistock down here, look. Yeovilton, that's basically right down near Plymouth. It says to Plymouth there. Two bridges. Princetown. How far down does it go? It goes down near Ashburton. Dartmeet's a lovely place. Off to Bovey Tracy. Takes in Haytor, Houndtor. Gatepost, Stone, Widdicombe. Useful telephone numbers. Dartmoor. Dartmoor telephone number, Exeter City. Rest of Devon and the AA. That's great stuff, isn't it? They don't make them like that anymore. They don't make them like that anymore. Let me catch up with the chat then. It was a bit shabby in the 80s, was it, Brian? Pinto was single overhead cam, that's right. Charity shops, I've not seen any in charity shops, Multi. I do search the charity shops from time to time. Gavin, 8-track lived on for an extra 20 or so years as a staple of radio broadcasts and carts, yes. I think, was it Techmoan did a lot of stuff on cart machines, didn't he? Your first car was a Ford Anglia Estate. Well, mine was a Capri, actually, my first one. One of the problems with 8-tracks was the tape would stretch and ended up sounding wobbly, yeah. Some players had problems with the head stack adjustments. Yeah, there is a couple adjustment points on them, Harvey. One is azimuth, and the other one is the head stack adjustment screw, which I daren't touch. You used to pick them up off the side of the road and reuse them for reel-to-reel. That must be quite thick reel-to-reel tape, so, Benji. You thought the tin mines were in Cornwall. Well, they sort of start around Tavistock way. Yeah, there is one there. Yeah, they do start around Tavistock. You go down past them as you're going south. So that's what we're going to be hoping to play later, and that's the other tapes in the series, and maybe I'll be able to get a full set one day. I take it they're only available on tapes because it's something that you play in the car, wouldn't it? Whether these were given away at fuel stations or maybe you had to buy so much fuel and you got one cheap, I don't know. As I say, that's the Elvis tape. Elvis Country is looking pretty rough. And as I say, the tape has let go on that. So I don't think I've got any. I've got some splicing tape for reel to reel, but it's not thick enough for this, I don't think. Or is that the same size? Is that the same size as reel to reel tape? Probably ain't far off, is it? I thought it was a bit wider than that. Anyway, I am looking forward to being able to play with one of those. So let's go back to the main camera and we'll have a look at this power socket on the back of here. Well, it's not power, it's power and speakers. It's a very strange socket. I've searched high and low. I can't find anything that will fit it. I did think maybe one of the hacker plugs, but it's wrong. That doesn't fit in there. So you can see I've got it disconnected at the moment, but it's got like triangular shaped holes just to grip a round piece, but say sadly it's gone. It is no more. I don't know, it never came with the machine. Oh, it's the same size, Anthony, is it? Right. So I have got a splicing kit downstairs for reel to reel, so maybe I can splice that back on. It's just broken. The only other issue, if it's unraveled inside, I'm stepping away from it. I'm stepping away if it's unraveled. So that's what I've got to deal with. So originally I thought Victor very kindly, Northern Rambler, suggested using a DIN plug for it, and I do have a DIN plug, so I went with that idea to start with. But then I was trying to work out how the hell I would get it connected, because I only got a 7-pin DIN. I haven't got a 4-pin DIN, only a 7-pin. So anyway, I went searching in my box of bits and pieces. I knew I had some old Belkin connectors, and I managed to find this. Now, is it Belkin or Belden? I can't remember, so I managed to find one of those sockets, which is probably rare as hen's teeth now, but not only did I find a socket, I found a plug as well with 4 pins. So I now have something that will go in there. The problem I've got is I've got to get 3 wires into the ground connection, and there is not enough room on the terminals of this to get a ground in, because it's only small screw holes inside. So I've got to have to put a single wire out of it and then connect the grounds in separately. So I'm going to have positive, negative and ground. And I mean the cable that I've got to use for my power supply is probably a bit thick. I don't think I've got anything thinner in sort of 2-core cable. So again, I might have to bring out the positive as well into a chock block. So I'm going to be able to wire, I should be able to wire the speakers directly into it, because the speaker wire is a bit thinner. So I reckon that'll wire directly into it. But I've got to do a fair bit of work to get this to go. So that's what we're going to do. It's Bulgin, is it? Bulgin, that's it then. Is it the same size? No, it's not. I mean, that plug won't fit in there. This might go in the hole. I don't know. It's got a flat on it to stop it turning around, I assume. So it's got a flat on it here. Can't really see it that well, but it's got a flat on it. Yeah, you can sort of just about see it there. You can get to focus. But to be fair, if you were going to turn it around, that wouldn't stop it. So yeah, that's the plan. Now let me think which way this is. Yeah, okay. So there's our plug in the back of the 8-track player, and I've just taken the screws off of it for now because this has got to come out. I may have to make this hole bigger for the bulgin. How about a CB radio socket? I haven't really got one, Anthony. I've got the plugs. You mean like the 4-pin microphone plugs, don't you? I've got the plugs, but not the sockets. I'd have to rob it off of a radio. How about using a 4-pin CB radio SVO jet? Right, let's get these tapes out of the way so they don't get damaged or melted by the soldering iron. That'd be just my luck. Drop the soldering iron on top of that. I won't be too happy. Let's put them over here out of the way. Right, on this one now, so you can see we have got a half decent belt on it. If I can get the belt in shot, it's a little bit floppy. It needs a new belt, but this one does sort of work. And I never actually got round to replacing the belt. It's got all the original caps in it. It's not been recapped. Probably could benefit from the caps being done, I'm sure, because they're not great. Right, let's get this out then. Let's have a swig of beer to help me on my way. Let's pop the soldering iron on. No, it's surprising, Matamble, actually. I thought that would have been toast, but it wasn't. So I have made a note of what wire does what, so I know which wire is which. Hopefully I won't cock it up. Technical term, obviously. Right, let's take this plug off out of the way and we'll see if this this one will fit through the hole. Oh, it's done already. On there. And that one there. Right, will it go? It will go, I think, with a bit of brute force and ignorance. Cool, that's a tight fit. I'm going to have to just ease that out a little bit, I think. It's not far off though. It's through, but not past the screw thread. So I've probably got to take half a mil off all the way around. But that's not gonna get in the way of the tape. So I think this will work quite nicely. Actually, will it go that way up? With one of the flats there. it's so close. Almost could screw it in, but that would mess up the screw thread, I think. It's literally millimeters. Well, that's less than a millimeter. Let's try it with the round file first. I did have a decent set of files, but I can't. I don't really want that to go down in that hole, do I? Let's get a bit of tape and put in there. Stop it getting in everywhere. What have we got? We've got some Captain tape there. Not enough. Let's stick a bit of duct tape on it. I will take the bottom cover off just to let any debris fall through. Splice on the inside, yes, definitely. Well, that should stop it going down inside. I might get my Dremel out actually, that would make lighter work of it. I don't suppose that's made any difference, just me doing that little bit there, is it? So close, it literally is probably half a mil. Old school. Oh, so close. So close. No, I'll be there for ages with that. Let's get the Dremel out. Well, not the Dremel, the Black & Decker. Black & Decker, Black & Decker. A large rat's tail. Yeah, I just want a different... I've got lots of bits for the Dremel here that'll do it anyway. Lots of ripping and tearing bits here. Somewhere I've got, yeah, that one's a bit nasty. That one should do it. Like a milling bit. So if you've got headphones, turn the volume down now, because I'm going to go in with the Black & Decker, Dremel type device. Fire in the hole. So headphone wearers, beware. Going in. Actually, let's put some goggles on. Put the safety glasses on. Put the safeties on, just in case. I don't want any bits of this flying in me. I can't see nothing now. I can't see nothing. Christ, I look like Captain Scarlet now. Thunderbird. Did you hear that or not? Still not. More. Oh, nearly there. Whoa. We've just got to take a bit more of these bottom pieces. Oh, steady. Gotta be going in there now. I'll really give it some jip that time. Still won't. Well, it will. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Done. Right. Let's put that nasty thing away. Get my goggles off. Health and safety. Bits of metal on everything now. Carefully take that off. Taking care not to stick it all back in the machine. Get rid of the verdigris. Aaron, how you doing, mate? It's like skull surgery. Theo, hi Theo, root canal. Grease-eating dish soap. Apparently the thing to get that off with is double glazing frame cleaner. Apparently that's a good thing. Get rid of all these bits of metal. We don't want bits of metal hanging about. Get rid of any bits of metal in there. It's all nice and sharp now. Ready to cut my fingers at any minute. So we had to resort to machinery in the end to cut that out. I'll say literally only needed about half a mil all the way around taken off. Peter, how are you? Brutal. I am a beast. I am a beast, Orby. But the old one will still fit in it, so it still covers the hole up, so I haven't done it any harm at all. In fact, you wouldn't know, apart from that being a little bit of a slacker fit now, you wouldn't know that I'd done it once it's in. Just put the beast away. A nice cordless Dremel would be good, but they seem to have gone up quite a bit in price, actually, those. I think you're looking 3 figures now for a cordless Dremel. I've had that for many years, though, the old Black & Decker, and it's done me well. Right. pop that tape back out of the way, and let's get back to business and see what this fits like. It's tight. That's nice. Look at that. That's made for it, really. It certainly doesn't turn, because I put one of the flats in that bottom bit which sort of holds it and stops it turning. It's absolutely... Oh, there's one thing. Aha! I don't think there's enough room to get the nut on. Oh no! Didn't think about that, did you, Graham? There's not enough room for the nut. So, oh no, it means we're going to have to hot glue it. Hot snot. No. Hot gluing is the way forward. That's a shame. That's a shame, but it's time for hot snot. Now, is it going to be easy enough to solder these in place? Yes, it looks like it is. Let's get you back on the main camera now anyway. Zoom you back out a bit. Epoxy. You stick a white parcel label on the surface to be marked for drilling, less skiddy. Solder it up before fastening. Yeah, I thought that, but they are very easily accessible. Now, which one's the ground? They recommend that one as the ground, bottom left, so that's probably not the best place for that one. So let me just push that out again. Flip it 180. Pop it back in. So now where's the ground? The ground is up here now, so that works better. As long as I solder them in, I mean, I could cut the case up and get that thing screwed in, but I don't think it's worth it really. It's just going to make life harder. So I think I'll just get the old hot glue gun and gunge it up. Gunge it up, Graham. Gunge it up. Just let that heat up. Stick a bit of paper underneath it so I don't go all over my desk. Even the bottom where you can get the iron, yeah, no problem at all. There's a lot of room there, look. Plenty of room. And better get the light back over here actually. Yeah, so there's loads of room, look. I can get my finger in there, no problem. So yeah, there's no problem soldering them up. But we can solder them first, just in case. Let's do that, shall we? So they want that one as the ground there with the little lug in it. So we're going to use that as the ground. So there's two that go in there. So we don't want those yet. We want probably left and right first. Let's go back to the overhead camera then so you can have a look, a bit of a closer look. get it this way a bit. There we are. So I've got the green one in, which the green one is the left channel. Let's get some bigger solder to fill these up. What's that one? Yep. Okay. So let's do this one next then. So that's going to be the positive, that one down there. It's got quite a small wire. It's popped out the other side, so excuse me when I just poke that out through. Yeah, there's not a lot of squeeze room on the positive wire. It's got a nice big blob of solder on it as well. Let's just get the blob of solder off the end. Will that go in now? Or do we need more solder? Now you go. He's in there. It's a positive. Yeah, wire doesn't like being soldered. The sheathing's burning back, but let's see that when it dries, sets even. Okay, that's that one. We've got two ground wires, so the ground wires are going in this top one, hopefully. They'll both fit in there together, I think they will. Can't actually see. Let's get the eyes on. Let's get the eyes on. Plug outlet as you might want it coming horizontally. Yeah, the problem is I've got this cutout and it won't go in the other way, Anthony. Horizontal would be the better option. Right, that's in. Let's get burning. Come on. There she goes. Last one, which is the left. Well, that went fairly easy, didn't it? So let's see which way this socket's going to go. Better go that way. So it's gonna fit that way. If I'd spun it around 180 degrees, I would have had to alter the positive wire and make it longer. It wouldn't have fitted because it would have meant the positive coming over this side. So that's in. All soldered up, looking nice. Let's get the hot snot time. Let's get burning. Yeah. Let's burn it up. Where's me Sean's blocks? I'll get this up, you can have a look at me firing hot snot into it. Doesn't sound good, does it? Oh, I've got to pull the belt off now, look. There you go. I don't think that's going anywhere, do you? I mean, if hot snot was available back then, they'd have probably used it themselves. Nice. JB Weld. A C-clip of the mic of the right diameter. JB Weld. It could have been. But this will hold it fine. I mean, there's not going to be any problems with that. We go back to the main camera. I mean, that is sitting nice and flush now. I'll have to alter the legend on the back here, just to show which is which now. So I'll do that while I think of it, because otherwise I'll forget. You know me. Blink and I forgot. So somewhere I got that. Let's get alcohol wipes. The problem was before I had it hot wired in directly into the connections in behind. Yeah, that is absolutely solid now. You wouldn't pull that out with pliers even. Let's get rid of the markings on it. There. Blank canvas. Right, where's my marker pen? So that's negative. This one here, green, is left. Same position as before. Positive then. So that must be right. There we are. Job done. Now all we've got to do is wire up the plug. Now this is where it gets interesting, because this is going to be a pain in the backside, wiring this thing up. It's a shame it's coming out that way, but to be fair, that doesn't really matter. It's better than going straight down or straight up. At least it can come off and go wherever then. If anyone wanted to have this in the future and stick it in their car, then they can. And hopefully that won't come out the minute I pull the plug. No, it won't. So it's a nice... It's not moving at all, that. Brilliant. So we know which is ground, which is that one. Left positive. So let me see if I can mark this plug the same. So that's negative. That's going to be positive. That's left. Means that's got to be right. Okay. Let's put that one to one side. The hot snot's still cooling down. Okay, she didn't want to go up there. Simon, 8-track, how you doing, mate? Essex V6 Pinto. Overhead cam, Kent pushrod. Oh, the Essex was the Pinto and the Kent was the overhead cam. Thank you for that, Simon. I'm sure you had an overhead cam, didn't you? It wasn't a mere overhead valve like I had. Mind you, I did have a 3-litre E Capri V6 overhead valve. Did they do a V6 overhead cam then? Welcome back, Rob. So, the plug. The bulgin plug. So we've got cable clamps, so we know that we can get 2 of our speaker wires in there. We know we can get our left and right speaker wires in there, but we are going to struggle to get the positive and negative in there. So I think we're going to have to bring those out into a chock block or some kind of connector. What do you think? I could use power pole, actually. I've got some power pole connectors here. That might be quite a good idea. I've not used these before, but I have got some power pole connectors. That might be a better job than yeah, that's going to be a better job. Seems a bit excessive really for this, but why not? I've got them, let's use them. So we need 2 of those, 2 of those, 4 of these. More grinding. You had a few Cortinas less. I'd never had a Mark III Cortina because I was into Capris, but I did buy a 100 quid Mark III estate. No, sorry, Mark IV estate Cortina, which I absolutely, well, it was already run into the ground really. I just ran it right into the ground. It died eventually. Now, do these go in? Let's see, we've got a boot that goes over them as a pair. I think these slides, I've never used these before. It was Dom that got me to get these. Driver Films Shortwave was the man. I think they're all supposed to, there we go, yeah. So they're supposed to sort of slot together like that. And then you put a boot on to finish it off. I assume you put a boot on the other side. because I'm going to have to put slightly smaller cables into the radio and then bigger ones coming out. So I'm going to use power pole. I'm going to power pole it up. This makes a neater job, doesn't it? I've not got a fuse on this. If I ever sold it, I would put a fuse, inline fuse on it. I've got plenty of inline fuses there. Right, wire then. Wire. So I'm going to have to use... How are you doing, Simon? I did say hello to you. Solder the pin on the wire, then they push into the back and click in. Solder these pins to the wire. Yeah, I've never used them before, but they are supposed to be good. These are not original power poles. These are a knockoff copy. I'm going to use... Have I got green here? Yeah, I've got green. Shall I use green? I haven't got any black wire left, I don't think, of a decent diameter. Let's see. I've got plenty of wire, so this is a bit thinner diameter, but I think this is still fairly high amp rating. So it looks like I'm going to have to use brown and green. I don't want a massive amount coming out, so just cut a couple bits off. Should use black really, I suppose, but I don't think I've got any black. I need to find the chap that sells that stuff and get some more, really. Silicone. Well, actually, no, I have got some. I bought some. What are you going on about, Graham? What are you going on about? I bought some. I bought some from Switch Electronics. I bought some black and some... Did I buy black, or were they out of black? They were probably out of black, weren't they? No, they weren't. I got black. Let's use the right colours. Automotive. This is actually slightly thicker as well by the looks of it. Let's do the same, cut a bit off. I forgot I bought more of that. Okay, so here's our connector. Let's, where am I? Just get out a bit further, Graham. I'll say the screw holes are quite small, so that's the positive is there. Very good quality connectors, these. They don't make them like this anymore. I mean, this is obviously new old stock from some time ago. We've got the cable clamps. Let's undo that one. Afternoon, Mike Atlantis. Might be one of your old company cars, Steve. Oh dear. Reclining seats. Wife had a Chevy Vega. How you doing, Mike? All these fancy cars we used to have, they're worth a fortune these days, aren't they? Why didn't we keep them, eh? Mind you, if we kept them, we wouldn't want to sell them, would we? Back then you had to sell them because they were falling apart. Okay, so maybe I was a bit generous with the length of the wire there. Ugh. OCD, I cannot stand strands sticking out. They've got to all be in the... No, again. They've got to all be in. Ah, still one. Let me get my eyes on. Where's my eyes gone? Eyes are caught up with all the wire. I think what we'll do is we'll put that cable clamp on later. That'll just make it a bit easier to get the wires in. Just unscrew it, screw it back on. Alright, so that one. Let's do that up quick before it jumps back out again. And the ground is up the top here. So it seems like not only are we all radio nuts, we're all car nuts as well. Simon's a bit of a bike nut. I did have a bike license as well, but I didn't let it lapse, I just sold the bike. Okay, so that's the two. So let's cut these other wires off. So I'm going to use the striped one as the negative, and the plain one as the positive. That's the speaker cables, that is. So the negatives I don't need to worry about for a minute because they're going to go in, hopefully, to that power pole connector, if they'll fit. If they don't, then it's back to the drawing board. It doesn't really matter which of these goes in right and which goes in left at the moment because they're they're not in the car. Shall I put this in my VW Tiguan? Oh dear, I didn't really need to bother marking them left or right, did I? Be going along with 8-track player going, I bet that. That would be good, wouldn't it? If you had a retro car, this would be absolutely the business, especially working. That's that one. Screwdriver's just a little bit too narrow for that. I should have got the bigger one, really. That's that one. Okay. So hopefully that lot will all fit inside the plug. You had a Lambretta, 8-track and a Tesla. Picture power poles on Messenger. Thank you, Derek. I'll have a look at that in a minute. Dwayne Trivett, how are you, mate? From Tennessee. Very nice. Welcome. Right, let's just swivel this cable clamp around, clamp that back, and I can put the lid on this then, because it's pretty self-explanatory what wires what. They should all go out through the hole. Yes, they do. Nice. Tuck them down there, otherwise the lid won't go on. Very nice little plugs, these. I don't think they're made anymore. Unless anybody knows different, these Bolgin ones are not about. It actually says Bolgin on the side here as well. I think it's stainless steel screws, because they're not sticking to the screwdriver. Yeah. Stainless steel screws, look. How about that? Do a bit of wire dressing before I clamp them right down. Make sure they're in out the way. Make sure I'm right, so that's positive, that's negative. So I've got left and right. A bigger screwdriver, let's get a 3mm one. There we are, that's well and truly in, so I can pop the lid back on that now. Why am I looking through these things? God dear me. So there we are, there's our plug. Right, now the next trick is to get 3 of these into one, although I can, no, it's got to be, so I've got to get all 3 of these grounds into the same power pole hole. I need to put the boot on as well, don't I? So that boot has got to go on all 3. Or 4. Don't forget the boot, Graham. Not the prettiest looking thing on the planet, but it'll do the job. So let's get the positive and the negative for the same length. Could have probably done with cutting those down in length, couldn't I? Those 2 there, tidy it up a bit. Oh well. Let's cut these back then and see if I can get them into here, because obviously that'll fit in, but it's going to be a squeeze to try and get 3 in. If we can't get all 3 in, we're going to have to go back to the original plan of a chock block. It's nowhere near as nice. Mind you, there's a lot of insulation on this. Will they go? Let's put the biggest one in first. Yes, they will. Look at that. 3 into 1 will go. Now how the hell am I going to hold that when I solder it, because I'm going to burn my face off else. Let's put a blob of flux down there. Let's load up with a bit of solder. Can I get to go down in there? No, I'm going to have to solder into the back of it, aren't I? My third hand tool is down in the kitchen. I'm going to have to get my third hand tool, I think. I might be able to sort of hold it on to that. Maybe. No, I'm going to have to get the third arm tool. It's no good. You still got yours, Dwayne, even from the early 70s. Don, how you doing, mate? Stags, yeah. I've just been catching up on your video on your clock radio, Don. I haven't watched it all yet because I think it was an hour. I've got about another 25 minutes left to run on it. Would 8-track tapes work in electric cars? Well, if it's got electric, that's all it needs. Triumph 2000 TC, they were the banger driver's favourite car, Les. Went like the clappers. Timothy, how are you? Straight to cassettes. Right, let me go and get my third arm tool just to hold this in place while I solder it. I do need another ball socket printed for my third arm tool because it's snapped off. Right, what's the time looking like? I mean, it might be. Oh, I didn't hear the tablet alarm go off. Have I been on for an hour and a half already? We haven't done anything. We haven't done anything. Right, let's get a third hand tool which has got the hacker badge drying on it. So it's got the hacker badge for Chris's radio cassette. It is dry now. It's been on there for a couple of days, but idea is you just spray that and then just sand back the surface to reveal the aluminium underneath, as it was originally. Actually, I've just noticed I've missed a bit. Look. Oh no, that's gonna have to need another coat now then. I've missed the top edge. Look. Oh damn. Oh well, that one needs another coat then. Right, how are we going to do this then, Graham? So I'm going to have to stick it that way up. There. So I'm going to prop that up high, sort of like that. Make sure all the wires are in there. And hit it with the solder quick before it decides to change its mind. Okay, I think it's going to need a bigger tip than this. It's going in there, but bigger tip and bigger solder. That's better. Let's get a bigger tip out for these. Was that just out of shot? Apologies if it was. Can let that one go. Stick another one in. Oh, you are a shot, yeah. CPC still have the bogans in stock? Really? You're too lazy to cut it into 2 parts, no worries. I do like watching the bigger ones, the longer videos, but it just takes a couple sittings to watch them, really. Right, let's just put a little bit of flux. I don't really need flux, to be fair. Looks like these are silver plated. Actually, might be as well to just fill them up with solder, and when the solder's molten, just push the wire into the molten solder. It might not burn back that much then. That's the way to do it. It's going to be damn hot, that now. Right, just the final two. Which are going to be my positive and negative connections. So where's that wire disappeared to? Are we done with it, Graham? It's over here. Well, I've already tinned a couple of the ends, so I'll use that. So I think I'll do the same trick again, just fill it up with solder and dip the wire into the pot of solder. Tell you what, the bigger tip heats it up a lot better. Don't worry about the boot because I've got open-ended wire at the other end, so I can put the plastic boot on the other end of the wire. I just thought of that myself. I thought, oh no, I didn't put the boot on, but of course. Okay, now I've lost one of the other power pole silver bits that I pulled out. I definitely got 4 out, but I'm down to 3 for some reason. Oh, there he is. I was going to say, I know I'm cracking up sometimes, but... So, same again. The blue electrolytics look like a display of wealth. Yeah. They wouldn't be in this house if they were a display of wealth. The Tamley. My display of wealth is 5 AF127s. I'm showing off now, aren't I? Right, let's push that one in. There we are. So let's push that boot on the other end before I forget again. Which way around is that going to go? It's got to go that way, isn't it? Right, so we've got our boot, we've got both ends. Let's zoom you out a bit. Give these a wipe off to get rid of any flux that's on there. Let's put that up out the way. The old knackered third hand tool. It's no clean flux, but then I bet your life. Oh, look at that. The flux has gone, the solder's only gone through to the connector, that. Oh dear. I have to wick that off now. Otherwise they're not going to clip in properly. What a pain. I think that's the case because I think they sort of go together like that, don't they? In fact, I've got solder on all of them. Apart from that one. That one's okay. Well, no, it's not. Oh, dear. So let me have a little look at these then. So they must go together side by side. Ah, there they are. So they're that way up. No, it goes in there. Do they go that way up or that way up? Derek sent me a picture. Maybe I ought to look at Derek's picture first before I snap those together, because there's no instructions that came with this. There's no instructions that came with this. Thanks for subscribing, Vic Ridge. Thank you very much. K-Town Records used to do 8 tracks, did they really? Doris Day, you like a bit of Doris, Matamble? I like a bit of Doris, actually. Right, let's see. Derek's popped me something across on Messenger by the looks of it. Well, I wonder if that's in the... No, I can't get that up on that. I'm going to have to use my phone. Push a pin to hear a click, but which way up though? Does it matter which way up it is? This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Nothing on... Oh, I got it. No, nothing on Messenger, Derek, that I can see. Switch into my business page now. Got one there. No. The thing is, it can go either way up, can't it? Or does it only go one way up? If I click it, let me do it with the other side first, because if I click it and I get it wrong, I'm going to have to pull them off and do it again, aren't I? So I'll drop that on the floor now. Let's get some of this rubbish out of the way. So I'm going to need to just wick this excess solder off, I think. I went a bit mad there. I thought it went too good. I thought it was too good to be true. Sod's law strikes again. It's that one. Both metal parts together down the bottom. That doesn't sound very, very good, Derek. Oh, sounds painful, mate. Well, that's got those off. Let's do the same with these. Went a bit mad with the solder. I thought that was going to be a good method, but it turned out not to be, really. Well, it did work very well, but didn't get any burn back on the cable. Oh. Come on, there you go. Hot, hot, hot. That's that one. Oh, cool. Someone was hot then. Something was hot then. Hot, hot, hot. No touchy. No touchy. Look down the front while you push them in. Right. Let them cool down first, Graham, before you touch them. Okay, well, I can see how that might go. So do they go that way? Or do they go that way? Ah, okay. That one went in. So it looks like they'll only go one way anyway. So not that way. Or that way. Yeah, it looks like they go that way then. Yes. Okay, I think I've got it sus now then. So let's get these two together. So let's make sure we're the right way around here. So that way. That way. Right, so they've got to go so the curved piece goes over the top, like that. Cool, how do you push those in? I have to use a screwdriver or something to get in the back of those to push them in. That's that one. And this one. That one didn't click in, it just went all the way through. And that one went too far, did it? Or does that one have to go further? Oh, I see. Right, okay. So I haven't got these pushed in far enough then. Have I? Oh, maybe I have. No, these are pushed in far enough, but these are not through far enough. So these have got to go through further. They won't go through further. Oh, that one did. Why isn't this one going then? It's just been awkward. Ah, there we are. That felt better. Right, now let's try that. That's better. Now that for a connector, eh? Whoa. So if we stick our little boots on to finish them off. There, my first try at power poles. I like that. That's a nice joint, isn't it? And I suppose you just grab them and put them apart again. Very nice. Oh, a great connector. There you are. You've learnt with me. Okay, that's the cable done. Thank you. Need a shoehorn. Don's off. Cheers, Don. Thanks for dropping in, mate. Don't forget to check Don's channel out if you're not a subscriber. It's done some cracking videos. Right, let's have a bit of a tidy up. Let's get everything that I don't need off the bench for a minute. We can do a quick bit of servicing on this, and then I think I can start putting it all back together, because I've got to put the speakers back together in their housings as well. Makes my hot snot gun has cooled down nicely now, so that I can get back out the way. Don't you heat shrink those boots? I don't know. And welcome, Rich. I don't know, Rich, to be honest. I don't know. They're rubber. They're not heat shrink material, if that's what you mean. These would melt, I think, if you tried to heat shrink them. I do like them, though. They're nice little connectors, those. Yeah. That's neat, isn't it? That's not so neat, but, you know, it'll do the job. Yeah, a bit of a pig's ear that, but probably cable tie around that would tidy that up. Let's do that. As you know, I'm just a fussy git, am I? That's a bit of a big cable tie, really. There's a smaller black cable tie, really, but doesn't look like there's going to be one. It's going to be a white one then. There we are. That's a bit neater. A little bit neater. Two bits of wire that I cut off that I don't need. Okay, don't go back up there then. Is the polarity correct? I don't think you can cross polarity those, can you? I'm just going to get rid of all these wire clip-ins. Spray that. I'm gonna spray that hacker badge again before I go to bed tonight. Right. So obviously our belt has come off. It's not the tightest belt in the village, that one, for sure. But that's our connector. Nicely fixed with hot snot. Not going anywhere. And now we've got our plug to go in the back, and hopefully the polarity is correct. We can check that. Let's check it, shall we? Because you know what I'm like. You just never can tell with me. Let's get the old multimeter out on continuity mode. Let's just check that the red one does actually go to the red and the black one goes to the black. Hang on. I was gonna say, I'd be worried then. And so which is the left speaker? So that's the left speaker, so I'm going to put an L on that, so as I know. And just for good measure, I'll put an R on the right one. So let's check that they're connected as well. Ground, yeah, and so this one should be the right. Full house. No reverse polarity. All connected as they should be. It's a miracle. Right, let's sort the ends of these out a bit better. How are we going to do these then? I'm going to have to put those. Just going to solder the ends of those up and I can grip them with my power connectors I made the other day. Turn the soldering iron on would help. Hi Andy, back, how are you? Oh, not well again. Sorry to hear that, Andy. Oh, they're meant to be crimped on, but solder works well. They only fit one way. Santosh Kumar. Thank you very much. So let's, I do have a lot of Indian viewers, so welcome to all my Indian viewers. I think behind the US of A, that's my highest viewer count, I think, is India. So they do like their electronics and that down in India. So I'm just tinning these so they don't start fraying. Okay, so that's that connected up, that and that. I've got the housings, so I'm going to pop the speakers back in their housings. Zoom out a bit. So they were that way up. Right, that's my bag of bits. Should have 8 screws that are all the same. Eight. Although they do look a bit small, those, but let's see. I don't know if they're the right screws or not, you know. They must be, because it's the only ones I got here, and I've got the washers that came with them. We've got to have the full effect, haven't we? Hi Lee, how are you? What sort of time is it over in India then at the moment, Santosh? Always gets me all the different time zones. So, probably Don down in Australia, he's probably looking at 11, 12 o'clock at night at the moment. That's sadly why David doesn't join us, because it's a big time difference. Is that my screwdriver? That's one. The only servicing I've really got left to do on this is to just put some fader lube in the fader switches on the front. So really we're getting pretty close to being able to hear our Day on Dartmoor 8-track. There we go. Look at that. How about that for a bit of retro then? Look at that. Brilliant. Right. Now, where did my cases go? Over here. So that's the top case. This is the bottom case. So we can unplug our speakers and power for a minute. Push them out the way. Let's connect this up. Load of clocks in my workshop, all different times of the world. Yeah, it could do, Rob, but I think if I was DXing, then that would be a really good idea. So, as I say, all I wanted to do really was just squirt some fader lube up the front of this. I need to bend that one back. That's annoying me, that is. It's better. Right, so I'm just going to spray some fader lube in there. If I can find it. Where's it gone? Up there. It's gone everywhere now. Going to leave the balance as is because that really is just going to sit in the middle, isn't it? Okay, what did I do with the other one? There it is. That looks better now with them both the same angle. That one needs a slight bend, but there we go. Right, let me go and get the screws for the top case. I don't think we need to do anything inside because I don't think we need to do any caps, and I've already cleaned the mechanism on it. Just go and get the screws a minute for the top, which are down in the box with all the other screws. Right, puppies? You okay? You waiting for your mummy, aren't you? Yeah. I've got a load more tapes down there. I've got carpenters there, but they're all missing their little bits of foam. I'll bring up the tapes I've got, actually. You can have a look at my horrific tape stash. Got a nice little in-car holder as well. I thought I had more reel-to-reel tapes, but I think I bid on some and didn't get them, so I haven't got that many left now. Right. Back in the room. Respray. Yeah, it's it literally is it's overspray, Andy. So if I've got a little bit of thinners here, look. Oh, Christ. Every time I touch something, something falls down. So I've got a little bit of thinners here. I'll show you what I mean. Stinks, this stuff, mind you. I've done the bottom, but oh. Just a bit of overspray, so someone's obviously sprayed their wheels silver, look, and you can see it comes off with thinner. So I've done the bottom panel, ran out of time to do the top really. So the bottom panel is exactly the same, but you can see I've got it all pretty much all off, apart from that side there, look. So yeah, that's all it is. Someone's oversprayed it. Oh, what am I running over now? Nothing. Okay. Screw the top on. I can't remember what sort of current this draws. So it's got on my bench supply over there. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it will need a respray actually, because it looks pretty good underneath the paint. One more. These are the screws for the other unit I got downstairs, which needs quite a lot of work doing to it. It needs new output transistors, and it's probably not worth doing, but you know. If you watch the video in the link that I put in the description, you'll see what the problems were with these two. Right, let's continue our tidy up over this side of the room. So I've now got all my wire hanging precariously over all the electronics, all the electrical sockets, which is not a good idea. So we probably want 13.8 volts, don't we? Give it a fighting chance. So we'll plug our plug in the back. Our nice new plug. Good to go. So let's connect the speaker up, the power up. So let's go 13.8. I'll just turn it off, just in case it does go zzz. Power on. Right, are we ready for a test? Are we ready for a test, everybody? Thinners, yeah, it is a bit like that in it, but you can see it's cleaned it, that. Dartmoor is a national park. It is a national park, yeah. So I think what we're going to do first of all is we'll try a known working disc in there, a disc tape even. So we'll try this one, which is basically a mix, sort of mixed compilation thing, and I've put new foam in that one as well. So we're going to try that one first. So let's see what happens. Gone into current limit. Let's just draw in 1.8 amps. That sounds shockingly bad. No, it's drawing too much current for some reason. Has it just chewed that tape? No. Yeah, something's on fire. What have we done in here then, Graham? Oh, after all that, what's going on? Something's not good. Have we got a wire touching somewhere? It's started to draw about 4 amps then. Should have tried it with a case off, shouldn't we? We could have seen the fire then. Nick, how you doing, mate? Now we know that tape is good because I've tried it before. Oh yeah, There was a bit of smoke came wafting out then. No. Oh, no worries, Nick. I'll say I have had that tape working before fine in this machine, so I haven't done anything apart from the wiring on the back. So you think the tape could be wound a bit tight. So let's plug our plug back in again. Left, that's positive, yeah. Let's turn it back on again. And we've just got to touch, to get it running, we've just got to touch this little one here, and that should. Yeah, that's working fine. But I don't know why we weren't getting the volume out of it. The volume was very, very quiet. It's almost like we've got a short on it, but we obviously haven't, because I was only drawing 30 odd milliamps. It did sound like there's a problem with this balance slider. Yeah, I think it was the outputs that got hot, you know. Try it in again. It's working fine now. Drawing half an amp. It's not supposed to be it's not supposed to be that way up, really, is it? Let's do it the correct way up. Is that the right way? Yeah. Yeah, I think you could be right, Nick. I think that tape is not picking up on the roller there properly. Because if I show you it on the overhead camera, where are we? Let's get some of the glare off of that. The left speaker's just died. Yeah, left speaker's died. I think what it is when I've sprayed that stuff into the balance control, it's moved a load of gunge into it. Might be worth just giving it a squirt out with some isopropyl a minute, just try and clean it. The belt isn't great, Nick. Just flushed that out with isopropyl. Let's give it a blowout as well. Let's give it a squirt out that way. These are very old tapes, Nick. They're just ones that I picked up as a job lot with the actual player, so God knows what their actual condition is. But say, I did have them playing all right before. Right, let's try that. Fire in the hole. He's trying, isn't he? Let's get the signal tracer, just see if we've got a signal there, whether it's just a knackered speaker maybe. Perhaps it didn't like it up it. So that's the okay. No, there's nothing on the left channel. Well, the signal's coming out of the fader, but it's not getting to that speaker for some reason. No, so the right speaker has a problem. It's that one there. So I wonder if it's a transistor or... So we've definitely got it on the... So it's definitely on there. A Roy tape, Roy Orbison would be nice, yeah. It does sound like a transistor dying, doesn't it? I think we've got a dodgy cap in the right channel. Transistors aren't really getting hot. If anything, that one's slightly warmer. So we've definitely got it at the fader control, the left and right channels, so it's definitely there, but it's just not coming through. So I reckon that's a bad capacitor. Definitely sounds like something's dying, doesn't it? What else have we got here? We've got Herb Albert and the Tijuana brass going places. Yeah, I mean, I've got noise in that speaker even though it's not on that channel. So we've got, I think, a dodgy cap in the right. This is the right speaker. So I've got them in the wrong order on the desk here. So I think we need to have a quick look at the caps before we play any more. Certainly got one here directly across the positive and negative. 470. Did smell burny, so maybe the motor was just overloading before, because that tape was jammed up. I think like Nick had it on bang on then. I think we did have a stuck tape. Right, how easy is it to get this board off? I did look at this yesterday, so let's try. That's that one. Oh, so washer with that. Very nice, Nick. Wouldn't say original Beatles records. No, I wouldn't if I had any. Well, I've got some Beatles singles, I think. Oh, was that a washer? It's just a shard of metal. Okay. Herb Albert. Can't beat a bit of herb. That's that screw, so that's one side of this bracket. How's the other one? Is it just that one? I think that's the front panel. Let's take the front panel off out of the way, actually. Might give us a bit more wiggle room. Oh, what's that just dropped off? Oh, that's the little push button. Let's see what's holding this lot in. Joking, you've got to take all this off? This is looking a bigger job than it started. Just want to get to the other side. Okay. Looks like we're taking the lot off then, are we? It's not that one. Must be that one. Yeah, okay. There we are. I see, just put that belt off out of the way. Let's have a look at the capacitors then. Have we got anything that looks really bad? Any dodgy looking ones? Lots of ones with bits of solder on. So this will be left and right channel here. We've got a transformer for each channel by the looks of it. I bet it'll be one of these. See, that one looks a bit potentially bulgy. So it was the green. Was it right? No, the left. So the right one was the grey. This one. Yeah, that capacitor there is on that. That capacitor there is on the right channel. I bet it's that little sod. So negative is there. Just mark that on the board. Let's see if our 470 ohm capacitor is knackered. That's the wrong angle for the camera, doesn't like that. Better. There was me hoping that we'd just be turning it on and away we went. It was working, wasn't it, to start with? It just died. So let's just pop this one out and see what the... This is one of these terrible boards as well, I think. That's the boards, the tracks are attached with blue tack. So the minute you heat them up, they lift off the PCB. Let's try not to lift any tracks. I'm going to use a bit of braid as well. So it's either these capacitors or we've got a transistor down. I don't think I've got anything like that transistor wise. Does still work, but it's now a mono 8-track, not a stereo one. So it's this one in here that's potentially the culprit. I've just squashed it, so that's probably not going to have done it a lot of good, but let's chuck it on the SR meter and see. $470, anybody? Any guesses? 470 ohms. Ohms? Where's the goat? 470 microfarads. Ohms. I hope it's not 470 ohms. 470 at 10 working volts. Ten working volts. I got 470 at 16, but that's the only one I got left. Capacitors are getting it short. I need to do a big order soon. What have I got here? 470, what's that? Another 4, so I got two 470s at 16. I forgot here. bigger, 35 volts. I assume it's probably better to change both channels rather than just the one. Right, let's have a look then. Come on. Come on. Come on. No. That's a goner. That is a goner. Right, let's chuck another one in there. Now, I wonder if the other one will read in circuit. Did anyone get that it was totally shot? Lee says stuffed. Derek says shot. Yeah, you did right. So let's see if I can measure this other one a minute. Where are you, other one? Where are you, other one? Other one is over here. I don't know if this will measure in circuit or not. That was measuring 586. 470 plus 20%, anybody? So that's 8, 9, 94. 475, 70. Yeah, that's over, isn't it? So we better whip that one out as well. Might as well while we're here. We get those two done as a minimum. They're both on the output, so that's negative there. Positive down there. But I've got another one out here. Both the same voltage, but this one's even smaller. Thanks, Rob, for more caps. They go crazy price, aren't they? What I need to find is some half-decent caps that are pretty good, maybe 105 degree rated, that are cheap. I need some cheap but good capacitors. So if anybody's got any recommendations, because really I like the Nichicons and that, but they're just getting so expensive. It's pricing itself out of the market, really. It's pricing itself out of the Cruncher workshop anyway. It's not a great joint on this one, to be fair. Incidentally, there is no service manual for this stuff. I can't find one anyway. I know we looked last time. Okay, so that's those two done. That's on the final output stage. So I want to just have a look back through, see if there's anything else in that channel. So we've got another one there. Up here. Yeah, let's just test that one a minute. I'm just testing these in circuit what I can. I think that one goes across to there. Well, that's saying ESR over 40 ohms. Oh no, we might be running down a rabbit hole here with this. I don't know what it's going to... It might just be because it's in circuit. Oh, maybe that's the wrong one then. Let me just... No, I measured in the wrong place, I think. Let's try that again then. No, it is still in circuit or leaky. Over 40 ohms. I did get the wrong connection, so this is the one where the grey wire goes, so remind me. Graham, put the grey wire back. That one's going to be a bit tricky to get to, isn't it? Do I need to unscrew more? So the negative is up there. So the negative is this one. That's positive. It's negative. That's better. Now we can get them out. See what he tests like out of circuit then. I've got a horrible feeling I'm going to have to recap the whole thing. How are we doing for time? Yeah, Jesus Christ, look at that, 40 ohms, that's a resistor. That is a shorted cap, that one. It's 10 microfarads at 16 volts. I'm going to have to do them, aren't I? I'm going to have to do them. There's no point ruining the output transistors just for the sake of testing something. So let's crack on. It's going to take long to do them, is it? I'll turn the desoldering tool on. It's catching up. Catch you soon, mate. Cheers, Dwayne, for dropping in. See you next week. Got a giveaway to do next week as well, to announce anyway. Right, so the negative went up there and sort of went like that. It's a bit dog leg from factory. A factory dog leg. These are branded RS. These caps. New old stock, I'm sure. Let's get that other one that I missed, or that I desoldered unintentionally. That's a cap, is it? It's not another cap, is it? No. Right, let's do all the ones behind here. I can put this bracket back on there. So we've got another one here, another 10 at 16s. These are Belcon. Yeah, we haven't got that many caps to do actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more, 10 more if you count the one across a power supply. Actually, there's one there first. Desoldering tools up to temperature. Now I've changed the nozzle on this, and touch wood, since I've done that, it's performed a lot better. That's that one. So negative is there. So negative, that's our positive. I think I may have just chucked a screw on the floor. Okay, I'll save these ones I'm pulling out now. We'll have a look at them on the tester in a minute. I think we've tested that one, and we've tested that one. We haven't tested those two. Looks like it's mostly 10 at 16s. Let's put one in here then. So negative that way. It might have already taken out the transistor. This is the problem. This is the problem. We may already have a dead transistor because of that. Okay, so that's negative and that's positive. So negative goes to the red wire, positive over there. It's over there. Not sure. So I've got to put the red wire back on there. That's that one. Let me just tack that red wire back on just a bit further up a minute, just so as I remember. I think the other one is there. Yeah, it is. So I've got to stick the orange one on there. Can't even see where the leg of that one is. I'll have to heat it and tug, I think. Heat and tug. Oh, maybe I was right the first time then. Don't need to disconnect that one. It's over here. It's all getting a bit wibbly wobbly, isn't it? Yeah, okay. So let me connect that orange wire back on while I remember. Another 10 at 16. See, last time I fired this one up, it was working fine. I can't remember if the left and right channels were okay though. So it may be that I just had it running on one channel and didn't realise it before. But it did start off on two channels and then just died a death. Apologies, I can't look at the chat for a sec. I will catch a chat up because I'm due another beer. Put a bit of a blob of solder on there, connect that one back on. I need to order probably in about the best part of 500 caps, you know. So it's going to be tough. You're talking about amongst yourselves and reminiscing. Tony, how are you doing, mate? Good to see you. We're changing caps because unfortunately this thing, the right channel's gone down. And these old grey things are absolutely shot. Unfortunately, we are changing caps. I didn't want to change any caps, Tony, but when you got a cap, you got a cap. Right, we've got one more up here. Negative and positive. I was only going to change the one, but when I tested the other ones, they were really bad, so ESR off the chart. Got black wire just come off there as well. So this is an audio cap. What have we got here? If it'll come out, that is. Come on. Ah, another 10 at 16. Let's just drop that one back in. Let's cut that off first. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. We've got one more under there, I think, which is going to be awkward with that plate on. Just being wary that I don't pull any of these wires off. I think that black wire is going to have to come off anyway because the cap is underneath that. Steady. Is that cap? Yes, it is. That's the negative, and the black wire is connected to the positive, just for good measure. Just to try and fool me. Just bending the leg so I can get the thing out. And what is this? This looks like a 220 or a 470. Come on. So negative to the front, a 470 at 10 volts. Well, I haven't got any more 470s at 10 volts, I don't think. There's none there. Got some thin ones there, but I don't really want to use those. So I'm looking at 25 volt ones now, I think. And what's that one there? That's a 220. 35 volt. Bit of a waste, but you know, needs must and all that. Let's going to be a bit of a squeeze, actually. It's going to be an issue. Too big. Physically too big. So I don't know if that's going to protrude too far down here as well. Clean out of low voltage 470s, I think. That's 25 volts, but they're way too high. They'd be found in the tape mechanism. Right. Gonna have to look for some smaller caps. Gonna have to go deep now. Go into the archives. What have we got here? 470. Oh, there's a small one. 16 volt. I'm going to need a couple. Some of these are pulls. Back in the day when I used to reuse caps. Yeah, that one there is a pull, but looks like it's been in a circuit before and I've just pulled it back out. 47. Let's test that one first. I'm not confident putting that in. Yeah, it's reading 449, but then I spec the brand new, this other brand new one's the same brand. Yeah, okay, they're both good. They're reading a bit low, but that's fine. Now I want to say negative that way, wouldn't it? Get the old goggles on again because I can't see. Just enough. So I'm just going to connect this up. Yeah, because I've used this cap and pulled it from something else, it's got a very short leg. So I'm going to have to heat it and push. There it is. Let's just drop that wire back on there. Okay, I can put this piece back on now before we lose any wires. Right, how are we doing? Are you talking amongst yourselves? Yeah, that's right, Aaron, yeah. Higher voltage is better. Higher voltage is better. It depends. If you know the circuit and you know what voltages you're looking at, I mean, you could go smaller if someone's fitted. Very often you'll see a 2.2 microfarad rated at 63 volts in a radio that's 18 volts or 9 volts even, because that seems to be the standard sort of rating for a 2.2 microfarad axial cap. But you can go smaller if you know the circuit. Right, I feel happier that that's back on now. We're not going to rip any wires off. Right, that's good, all good. Right, so now we're moving inboard. So we've got another one there, we've got one here. So we'll start from here and work our way back through then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more to go. 7 actually, because I've got another one across the power supply there. So this is next. So negative is to the red wire again. So negative to the left. I can't see any speed adjustment on this anywhere. Anybody got any idea why? So negative facing the other cap. Done with my forceps. Let's grab this little monkey out. Assuming it's the 8470. I think we're going to have some shockers when we measure these caps in a minute. We've got here another 1016, I expect. Negative there. What I think I need at this particular stage is just to quickly catch up with the chat and get another beer, because it's time for the finger. I need to get the finger in me. You knew it was coming. You knew I was going to have the finger today, didn't you? So it's going in. It's going in, people. How are we all doing anyway? How are we all doing? Are you enjoying the show so far? Have you all give it the thumbs up? And are you all subscribed? If not, hit that subscribe button. Right, just can't get all the finger in there all at the same time. All right, Timothy. Thanks, mate. You would like to know why the flywheel has numbers stamped along the rim? I'm really not sure. Whether it's to do with when they balance it, maybe, Matamble, because a lot of these you'll find there's drill holes in them. So whether it's something to do with that, I don't know. So we're talking about the numbers on the flywheel here. Doesn't sound very smooth, does it? Oh, that's because it's rubbing against the circuit board. Hi, Rocco. The motor has a speed regulator circuit built in, does it really? Well, that's very clever then. Thanks for that, Rocco, and welcome. Cheers, Chris. What's that, Nick? No one's got your Bond reference, mate. I didn't see that. Didn't see that. Gavin, for more capacitors. I know. They're going out. They're flying out the window. I did look at some Rapid Electronics. They got some axial caps in there that are very reasonable. And I did see someone mention the other day that Cricklewood are doing axial caps that are actually cheaper than CPC and RS, but they're not really branded as such. Right, I've got a bit of the finger in me, so it's time to proceed. Time to carry on. Right, where were we? Right, I was just going to get the pen, wasn't I, and mark that. So will the pen become more apparent now I've had head the finger or not? I don't think it will it? So I'm going to have to get another pen. Because that one's probably dropped on the floor. So this one here, we've got negative and positive there. And the blue wire's jumped off. So let's just temporarily connect the blue wire back on. Just so I know where it goes, because I've got to take the yellow one off out of the way. Maybe not, maybe get that one off without. Where did Tony disappear to? Did he go because I was recapping? Where's our old mate Tony gone? My wife is calling down for dinner. Okay, Tony, sorry mate, I missed that you disappeared. So who's your favourite James Bond then? Everyone's got a favourite James Bond. It usually tends to be Sean Connery or Roger Moore. I think Roger Moore is my favourite Bond. I don't know, he's just got that sort of gentleman spy sort of thing about him, hasn't he? So it was that way. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, that is right, actually, yeah. Whew. I'm doubting myself then. I really did not expect to be doing this today, to be fair. I really thought we were good to go. I mean, this might sound absolutely awesome now. It might sound amazing. Certainly the audio is going to be improved no end. And hopefully we've got both channels now. If we haven't, we've got a knackered transistor. Where's this one across then? So there's the positive. Is it there? That's there, I think. I'll tell you what, this desoldering gun's much better with a brand new tip on it. So if you've got problems with your desoldering gun, change the tip. Seems to have done the job. Can't get this blooming cap out though, because it's damn awkward. So with that one, the, what is it, 100 at 16 volts. Let's get one of those out first. 100 at 16 volts. Marginal, isn't it? I mean, you got 13.8 volts, maybe 14 point something when you're cranking. It's quite close to the limit, isn't it? So negative forward. This is also so I can play that Dartmoor tape. That is it. Everything for the Dartmoor tape. It's cost me about £5 in caps just to play the Dartmoor tape, look. Probably more than that, actually. I'm going to be really interested to see what state these caps are in a minute. We're getting down to the last couple here now. Another 10 at 16 there. What's that across? There and there, I think. Is that you? Yes, it is. So, negative forward. 10 at 16. It's actually cost me more than a £5 in caps, I reckon. So which way is negative? That's got to be positive there. Even looking at the right cap. Yeah, positive forward. One more on this board, and the negative is there, actually on the ground plane now, I think. Is that it there? Or is that it goes? No, maybe it's there then. Another 10 at 16 just for good measure. Negative to the right. Right, that's that board done, I think. Yeah, all done. Whew, what a game, what a game. Right, let's put some of these screws back in and reattach this front piece. Zoom me back out a bit. Daniel Craig as a good James Bond. George Lazenby. Thanks, Rob. Connery. Roger Moore for Aaron. Bond themes. I like Spy Who Loved Me. That was one of my favourite themes. But the Shirley Bassey ones were great, weren't they? Goldfinger, I mean, that's a classic. Dalton, George Lazenby. Yeah, Daniel Craig, I did like his films, especially the one Skyfall, was it? Something like that. I think that was his best film. Sean Connery, we've got a lot of Sean Connery fans. Tom Jones did Thunderball. Good old Tom. Live and Let Die, favourite theme. Just catching up. Shirley Bassey. Best James Bond, yeah, she was good. How did she do? She did a few, didn't she? Fantastic fun donation. Thank you very much, Lee. Shirley Bassey, gotta be in it. Goldfinger, Diamonds Are Forever, yeah. Moonraker as well. I don't remember the Moonraker theme. Alright, Nick. Interesting. Right, so I'm going to stick this board back together a minute, because it's all sorts of different screws, and I'm already forgot which ones are which. I know that the countersunk one goes there. Another countersunk one goes in there. That's good. Now there's a tapper goes in there, I believe. Yep. So what actually holds this one in? Okay, so that's a threaded one. Okay, that's that pretty much on. Right, so I've got one other cap to do, and that one's hiding in here. Chris, more for the capacitor fund. I'm going to have to order some tomorrow now, aren't I? All this support for capacitors. I'm going to have to get the old checkbook out. We don't use checkbooks anymore, do we? Do we use checkbooks? I have used them. Someone actually insisted on paying me by check the other week. I was most surprised. Problem is we haven't got any banks anywhere nowadays. So what is this? This is a 470 at 16 volts, this one. Well, this is right across the positive and negative, and they said mains then. So really, this one can afford to be a bit bigger. They really didn't give him much headway, did they, at 16 volts? So I'm just going to snip that one out of the way for a minute. It's going to go down into our stash. So we're going to have a mega testathon in a minute on all these knackered, well, potentially knackered caps. They might be all brilliant. So that was 470, wasn't it, at 16 volts. So 470 at 35 volts is the smallest I've got left. Loads of wire in the way there, so we do the hardest one first. It makes the other one very easy, doesn't it? That's the theory. You made me want to go and watch a Bond film now, you realise that, don't you? Oh dear, I do like the old ones. What was the one with Jaws in it? That was a good one. That's one of my favourites. Maybe the massive great bloke. Was that Spy Who Loved Me, or? I can't remember. I remember going to watch Spy Who Loved Me. I remember where I was at the time, and unfortunately we got back home and our cat had been run over and killed right outside the house, which was a bit sad. That's why it sticks in my mind. But yeah, I like the Lotus Esprit, to be fair. I do. I mean, he's had some great cars, mainly Aston Martins, but I love the old Lotus Esprit. That was just a bit of something a bit different than his usual sort of cars. Always wanted one of those, but... Right, that's the last one done. Last cap standing, that was. Can't see any more in there. That's got to have cracked it now. Right, what else have I taken apart here to get it to this stage? So there's those two screws there, which I've done back up. There's that one and that one, which made that come off. That and that. And we've got that one down there to go in. That looks like a It looked like a... Obviously it isn't though. Unless it's crossed. I'm sure that is the screw that came out of there. Yeah, it's the screw that came out of there, but it is not biting. It's not the screw, it's the thread. Let's chuck a... We've got so many self-tappers in here. Yeah, one left. Another one there, that will go in there. Done. Just dropped it. You can't beat a big self-tapper to get you out of trouble. Jules became a good guy in the end. So we've got self-tappage now. Yeah, that ain't going nowhere. Well, that's that. We've got to put the front panel back on, including our little push button. Now, did that go that way? Or did it go that way? I think it went on top like that. Let's get the push button in the hole. There we are. So let's do it that way so I don't lose the push button. The last two screws. Whew, there we are. Well, let's hope that's there we are. And I did probably drop that fader switch on the floor. Right, time to check out these capacitors. I reckon we're going to have some howlers in here. This is absolutely knackered as far as caps. It's amazing it worked at all, to be fair, with those other two. So we know that one of those caps wasn't even measuring. We've got someone that's not a James Bond fan. Matamble. No, Aaron. Let's pop the belt back on while I think of it. Well, it does feel pretty free. So I'm now down to one, just the one slider. Balance, tone. Let's get the ESR meter out and let's see what's going on. see what's going on. So let's do the big one that I've just taken out. 470 at 16, everybody. I'm going to rattle through these just to save a bit of time, but you can never guess as we go. So 470 at 16 volts. I'll give you a couple seconds while I just have a swig. Let's move some of this stuff off the desk. Good old signal tracer, which pointed us to the fact that it maybe wasn't a transistor, and it certainly wasn't the fader. So place your bets. I'm going to push the button. 470 at 16. Here goes then. $601. That was across the supply. So that one's way out. ESR's okay though. Next one then, 100 microfarads next. Doesn't really, well, the voltage does affect the ESR, I think. Is it the higher the voltage, the higher the ESR, or the lower the ESR? So this is 100 at 16 volts for anyone wants to know. So who was nearest to 600 then? Theo was 587. No good, Theo's saying on this one. Sherlock Holmes, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, yeah. Sherlock Holmes still lives. Okay, let's do it 100. $144. Should be, well, 10% would be 110. So yeah, it's still too high. It's not mad. 470 then. We've got a few of these. We've got two of them actually. Two 470s then. These are 16 volters. Let me change these leads. I hate these blimmin' rubbish these are. Need some more grabber leads. I need to speak to Peak, I think, and get me a couple more grabber leads. These ones are much better. Mind you, it doesn't help that I rode the chair over the other ones, so it's not their fault, really. 470. We haven't had a good cap yet. That last one was about as good as it gets, 144 for 100, but that's still not good. That's well over 20% over. Jeremy Brett was the best ever Sherlock on screen. The best Sherlock Holmes that I remember was the old black and white one, the guy with quite a big nose. If that's the one that you mean there, Steve. Basil Rathbone. Here goes then. What? Oh, hang on. That was a 47. Hang on. Hang on. That's 47. I've just put two 470s in where a 47 should have been. Oh no, it's got to come apart again. I've put two 470s in where 47s should have been. You idiot, Graham. Ah, dear. Right. So yeah, that one's absolutely shot. And we've got the other 47, so let's do that one as well. $123. Right, all the rest are 10 at 16. So I've got to pull those two 470s out and put 47s in. It does mean that I've got a couple still in my box then. So let me get this back out again. Dear, oh dear. It's the trouble when you're rushing, isn't it? Less haste, more speed, they say, don't they? Less haste, more speed. But we know how it comes apart now, don't we? So it's easy now. And we've got our, let's just undo that one actually this time. What else have we got hanging on here? No, that bottom one does have to come out. No more smoke, Rob. No, we don't want any smoke. We don't want any smoke. It's a smokeless zone. My workbench. Right, can I get at these 470s? I need to take that belt back off. Yeah, I can. I don't need to take the whole front off. Right, okay, so we've got one in there. So 47s, Graham, not 470s. Open your eyes. That probably would have messed it up actually, wouldn't it? So what voltage were those 47s? 10 volts. So what have we got here? Are they 47s? Nice red ones. 47 at 10 volts. Do I want 10 volts? Or do I maybe want to go up a bit higher than that? I've only got 50 volts. No, it's going to be 10 volts then, same as they were. Nice red Worth ones now. Why won't that one go in there then? Just as well I spotted that. If I hadn't checked those caps, I wouldn't have known, would I? I don't think that would have done the set any harm, but it probably would have made it really muffly, maybe, or I don't know what effect that would have had by having too high a capacitance. Too high is better than too low, I suppose, but 470 is a bit OTT for a 47. That's a bit too much, isn't it, really? Well, at least I've still got 2 caps left. 2 470s. That's one bonus. Right, let's get it back together again, then we'll check all these 10 microfarad caps, see what howlers we got there. That's the wrong screwdriver. I'll tell you what, these Japanese screwdrivers were an absolute brilliant buy. If anybody's working on any of this old Japanese stuff, these screwdrivers bite so much better into the screw than the normal Phillips screwdrivers. It is really, really different. I'm trying to think who sang the Spy Who Loved Me theme tune, but it was Carly Simon. It's just come into my head. Just come into my head. So I'm putting it on this way up because that little thing will jump out else. The little select button. Right, we're nearly back together. Are you all thinking about what these 10 at 16 microfarad caps are doing? Because I'm going to do the I'm going to do them all in one hit. So I think they're going to be pretty shot. It'd be nice if we had one good cap to say, well, that was a good cap, but I don't think so. Right, back together. There we are, all back together. So let's try these 10 microfarads. I'm not going to. You're welcome to have a guess, but I'm going to run through them quick now because I can smell my tea cooking. There's no urgency for me to go, but let's get these done. Yes, JIS. They are significantly different, and it wasn't until I was watching Mendit Mark talking about it that I got them. And now these are Vessel. These are Vessel, but they're Japanese JIS. It says P2 and P1, but it's JIS screwdrivers. Right, the first one then, 10 at 16. 11.5, 3.6 ohms, high ESR. Next one. Knackered, in-circuit leaky. Next one. It's amazing this thing went at all. 28 for a 10. Another one. These are all 10 microfarads. That's 16 volts. 22, 11.8 ohms ESR. Dear, oh dear. Some people say, why do you change all the caps? You don't need to change them all. Yes, you bloody do. 14, 2.8 ESR. That was not too bad. Still over though, isn't it? 23. And the last one. 12.5, so well worth doing those. Fire in the hole. Let's fire her up again then. Let's see if we now have both channels. Better put the belt back on first, so Graham. It probably would benefit with a bit of a boil in this belt, but I do need to replace it. It's got to sit that way up because there's a little pivot there, and that sits in the cup of that when it's the right way up. Okay, fire in the hole. Nothing gone bang yet. So let's try a bit of herb back in, shall we? Make sure my volume's down. Yes! We've got both channels. Yes! Woo. Yes! We're in business. This actually looks like it's going a lot faster. Sorba! Current draws 50 milliamps. Has dropped a little bit, but not much. It's got some volume now. You put this on vinyl, have you? Oh, hello. Hang on, hang on. I think we have got a die-in transistor there. I mean, I think maybe that has killed it a bit. can hear it's this speaker started to go weird again. It's better again now. Oh yeah. I think maybe one of the transistors is breaking down a bit under load. You've got this, I can't believe you've got this one, Nick. So this is Herb Albert and the Tijuana Brass Going Places. Here it goes again. It seems to be beating with the so you can hear that going. Seems to be beating with the capstan. I don't know why that is. Yeah. I wonder if it's the motor needs a bit of oil. Perhaps it's it's got a rotational sound when it's going. So it seems like it's something's interfering with that channel, but it obviously isn't. Just giving it a dash of oil. There it goes again. I reckon that's a noisy transistor. I reckon that's a noisy transistor in that right-hand channel. Stopped again now, look. Well, it could be corruption on that tape, I suppose, but no, it's still going now, look. So I'm just manually turning it. There it goes again, look. Any ideas, anybody? Hi, Rolf, how are you? Yes. Oh, yes. Motorboat. £5 sledgehammer will fix it, Rocco. Speaker resistance. I think you ought to install it in the car. Cheers, Harvey. Well, fun to work on them, but pointless. It's a good fun, isn't it? I think we've got a transistor dodgy there. Either that, or we're getting a bit of thermal runaway. But you know, it's not germanium. D325E, so it's probably 2SD325E is the finals. It might be a driver, but here it goes again. Here it goes again. I wonder if we got a dry joint, because tapping it in this area here does seem to make it worse. Let's just run over those solder joints a minute. I'm just going to run over a few of these solder joints and see if I can make it a bit better, a bit betterer. Yeah, it could well be, Rocco. I think it probably is one of those finals, but it's like when it warms up, it's just going in. It's not the greatest soldering on the planet in this thing. I think it's a transistor, but to be fair, I can't really see any dry joints. There's one there that wasn't that great, but oh, hang on, there's one there. There is one there. That one doesn't look great. It is now. Herb going back in. down there. Something down there. It won't like being out. Yeah, it's that transistor there. There's a little transistor in there. Now, what is that? It's one of those little Japanese ones. So it's one of them 2SB things. Now, I have got some of those. I bet it's that gone. Because tapping that particular one, right, any chance it's caused by wrong value capacitors gone in? I don't think so, Theo. It doesn't seem right, does it? It does, D325, very common output MPN back in the day. Okay. What's that, RV? It makes you feel 17 and all girly again. Brilliant. I think it was the same, to be fair, Tambly, so I didn't look then. You tap the transistor with the iron, tapping it certainly brought it back to life, Rocco, so I think it probably is that one. Cheers, Harvey, good luck with the Wizard of Oz. So yeah, we've got a transistor in here. I can't, it's something 200. So we're going to need to get your equivalent heads on, I think. It certainly seems I managed to tap it in this area and it brought it back to life. I know it's a bit of a far-fetched way of testing it, but strange. I mean, the caps have definitely helped. It sounds a hell of a lot better than it did before. That's definitely that one. That's free. There's the other one over there. Right, our transistor's free. So let's pull it and see if we can find an equivalent, because it'll probably test okay. It's breaking down under load, and the transistor tester is not going to identify which that is an issue. Unless I heat it up, I suppose. So what is it? It is a... God knows. Oh, someone walked over my grave. It's got 4B 322 CC. What? I don't know what that is, but I'm going to skip to the loo and I'm going to leave it on the overhead camera for you to have a look at. So it's a B322, is that? But it says 4B322. I don't want me tweezers again. There we are. So it's got CCS 200, 4B 322. So any ideas what that is? Answers on a postcard. I'm just going loo. Oh, I skipped the loo. Smells good down there. Mrs. Cruncher's done me some tea by the smell of it. Right. Anybody got any clues what that transistor is then? We'll get it on the component tester a minute and test it. You reckon it's a 2SB322? So let's see. Let's see what it reads as then. NPN 271 HFE, but it is noisy. Let's have a look then. So its pinout is red is the base, so the base is the one with the sleeve on. So I'm going to mark this on the board. Any small silicon will do it. Cheers, Harvey. So that's the base. Blue is the emitter. Emitter is... oh, that's a bit tight. Blue is the emitter, so the emitter has got the flat on it, so it's in that way, round. So that's the emitter. That must be the collector. It's definitely in the circuit that way. So emitter, collector, base, I believe. Let me just check that again. So we'll go with blue for base. We go red for collector. Green for emitter. If that's right, then I'm okay. As I say, there is no service info for this, so we've got nothing to refer to, no schematic, nothing. Red is collector, yeah. Green is, yeah, okay, that is the right pin out. Right, okay, so 273 HFE, so it's quite a high gain. Let me see what I've got. Now, I have got somewhere here a copy of Towers, but I don't know what I've done. Oh, I've got it here. Right, let's just get Towers. I've got Towers right here. So we reckon it's a 2SB. Oh, I might even have a 2SB, you never know. So I reckon it's a 2SB 322. So we've got some. This is the book to get if you want to know transistor equivalents. Whew. It's gone dark now, isn't it? Let's go lighter. Other way. It's all gone dark in here. 2S, we want 2SB 322. Was that an NPN? Because 2SB 322 is a PNP. Onto this. Yeah, so this is an NPN, so it's not a 2SB. It's not that one. Assuming my transistor tester is okay, which it is. So it's the only other number on it is CCS 200 4B 322. CCS 200 4B. CCS 200? Is there such a thing? Is there such a thing as a CCS? No. No, there isn't. So the other is there such a thing as a 4B 322? No, I don't know what that is then. I do not know what that is. A BF 3224? No, because it's got 4B 322 CCS 200. So I don't know is the answer to that. Now let me have a think. What have I got here that's NPN? 3904, that's a pretty general purpose transistor. Is that NPN? Yes, but the gain's nowhere near as good. That's 180 gain. I got 3906, that might be better gain. I think it was 270 odd gain, wasn't it? So we need to get up close to that, really. $211, that's better. 3906, oh, that's PMP, bum hole. Let's try a 4401. I think those two drawers may have merged into one there. Two and 4401. A generic PMP will work fine. I was just thinking about the gain on it though, Rocco, because that was half the gain of the other one. We don't really want to. 188. What else have we got here? Nice big encapsulated ones. BF450. So look at those. This one's some of the fairly high gain, that's NPN. PMP, bum. So what's Derek saying? Derek's adding in oh, BC 109. I've got BC 109s, Derek, that's for sure. BC 337. Oh, 548. Flippin' heck. That might be a bit too much. 548, that might be way over the top. Flippin' heck, that's high gain, isn't it? Oh, bum, that's bloody PNP. That was 250, that would have been bang on. I wonder if this one's PMP. Or if I just mixed them up. Oh yeah, we've got a shield wire on this one. And 87, that's really low gain. Okay, I've got loads of transistors here, so I will find something that's roughly the same. What we got here, 2N23704. 3704. PNP. PNP. PNPs, they're all PNPs in that bin. PNPs. Oh, no, you dropped the bloody lot then. What have we got in there? That's ICs. What have we got in here? Not a lot. So let's get one of my BC 109. That'll do. NPN 307 BC 109, a bit higher than the original, but actually let's try BC 108 because I've got plenty of those. I've got many BC 109s. Two? What? Two? $184. No, that's something not right there. I think so, that's a Darlington. Let's try another one. This looks more like it though. NPN. $320. Yeah, that'll do me. That'll do me. So let's have a look. Which one's the base? It's the blue. So base. Base is that one. No, hang on, hang on. Blue is the emitter. Okay, so that's the emitter. This one's going in, a BC 108. BC 108 is going in there. You might not like it, but he's going in. So, let's have a look. So, opposite the emitter, the red is the collector. So it's base emitter collector, BEC. So base, so emitter and collector are crossed on this one, unless I put it that way round. BEC. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Going in. Hang on. That's right. I need to reconnect that again. I think I got that wrong. Can smell my tea. That's what it is. Can smell the tea going. So don't worry about the gain, is what you're saying, Rich. Yeah. The gain is irrelevant. So that's emitter. Emitter. Green is base, so it's that, that, and that. So that's the one with a sleeve on it there. emitter. Emitter is red here. Green is collector, blue is base. Okay. Right, let's see if I can get that in. Let's do it. Let's get it done. I don't know the voltage current rating, Nick. I'm not, bottom me, not a clue. I don't think the tester may tell me that, but try and wiggle it around these other components now and get it in there. It came out easier than that. Well, let's bend that one over quick. Ah, no, don't come out. Oh, no. Let's just solder that one in. I mean, I might be barking up the wrong tree. It might not be this one after all. It might be something totally different. But certainly in this area tapping it, I managed to get it to come back to life for a bit. So I just think that might have been just a marginal transistor there. Okay, that's that one in. Next is the collector. They go in there. He's in there. And that's it. Right, here we go then. Let's get this soldered in and then we'll give it another try. See if we cracked it. I know the BC 108s and 109s are used in amplifiers. Right, and where did I get that from then? Bin number 3, there we go. Here goes then. Let's get a bit of room. Let's get a bit of room back. We still haven't played the Dartmoor tape. I've got to play it. I'm sorry, but it's even crackly. We're going to play it. Crackly or no crackly. Right, okay, we're in there, we're there, that's good. Let's turn it the right way up. Let's cut those legs off while I remember, otherwise they'll be shorting out on the case. Fire in the hole. Fingers crossed, everybody. That's this one, the right channel. Still doing it. It comes back occasionally with a good whacking. No, I can't. I can't find it just by poking it back. Got to be a transistor. Got to be a transistor. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to disconnect that speaker. I'm going to just run it on the right hand one, so you don't have to put up with that racket. And I'm going to get the Dartmoor tape on, and that'll be it. I'm going to have to finish that off in the week. See what transistor that is. It's got to be one of them. Just going to lift a wire there, and that'll do it. That's the right way around. Right, so we're going to have a mono test. A Day on Dartmoor is going in regardless. There's enough messing about. So it's not going to chew the tape. Has this been worth the wait?
We're going to visit the village of Widdicombe in the Moor to have a look at the 14th century church, which is affectionately known as the Cathedral on the Moor. The western tower is thought to have been built and paid for by the tinners, when the trade was particularly prosperous in the 15th and early 16th centuries. The church house is also worth looking at and belongs to the National Trust. I said we would visit a scannery. The village gets its name from Wide Combe, being a wide valley. It was one of the 4 towns. New discoveries of old buildings are constantly being made on the moor. 1.5 miles outside Widdicombe, at Blackerton, a medieval village.
Can you hear one of the other tracks as well?
Again, when you're ready to leave Widdicombe in the moor. Members of the Stannery Parliament used to sit on granite boulders. Before leaving the car park, I'd like to point out that our route on the next 6 miles or so becomes very winding, very narrow, and very hilly. For those who don't wish to undertake this portion of the tour, I suggest that you continue to listen to the tape, but ignore the directions to Buckland, Ashburton, Spitwick, and Lousden, and follow instead the signs to Dartmeet. We join up again.
Dartmeet's very nice. Can you hear?
Car park, turn right into the village, continue through the village towards Dartmeet, passing the old forge on your right. In about 1 mile, turn left at the sign to Buckland and Ashburton, passing immediately over a cattle grid and down a very steep hill. Switch on again after you've crossed the cattle grid. You've just gone over the cattle grid and will be descending the steep hill shortly.
That's done it.
When you reach Buckland Church, look at the face on the clock. Instead of the conventional numbers, it's lettered as a memorial, and we suggest that you look at it and see if you can read it. Try starting at the 9. Switch on again when you're ready to continue. Turn right immediately beside the church, through a very narrow stone gateway, which looks like the entrance to a private house, signposted to Spitwick and Lousden. The next portion of our route is delightfully wooded, though narrow and hilly, so please change into bottom gear and be extra careful. Further on, you'll find a gate across the road, and would you please make sure you close it when you've gone through. When you rejoin the main road, turn right towards Dartmeet and Princeton. This is a very sharp corner on a bad bend, so perhaps if you're accompanied, it would be wise to get your passenger to get out and see that the road is clear. Switch on again when you reach the main road.
Should be following along, shouldn't I,
You
really?
are now at the main road. Turn right carefully and continue towards Dartmead.
We're going towards
The direct
Dartmead
route
now.
from Widdicombe rejoins us 2 miles further on. Switch on again when you go down a steep hill and see in front of you the River Dart and the
Let's go a
stone
bit
bridge.
closer. So we're down here at Dartmead at the
You
moment.
can now see in front of you the River Dart and the stone bridge.
2 bridges or Clapper Bridge?
When you reach the car park, which is on the right side of the road just before the bridge,
Yeah,
go in and park if you'd like to visit Dartmead.
it's nice.
Dartmead gets its name from the fact that the East and West Dart rivers join together here. There are in all 14 rivers that draw their water from the moor. On a fine summer's day, it's delightful to sit beside the stream.
Delightful.
It's difficult to realize that in a single storm, the rivers can increase their depth by 6 feet or more in less than an hour. Records state that in November 1946, over
Where's the
6.5
main road?
inches of rain fell in a single day at Princeton. There's also a not very well preserved Clapper Bridge, which was built in the 13th century for pack horses to cross the
So the
Dart.
main road is the black
Much of the
one
bridge
here.
was washed
So
away by
at the
floods
moment we're
in
here.
1826.
This is the main road.
On the old track at the top of the hill across the bridge are 2 old coffin stones.
That's the bridge.
Coffin stones were used to rest the coffin on before going across the moor to Widdicombe. Quite often the initials of the person being buried were carved on the stone. You might like to walk up the hill and see them. If you look carefully, you can still make out some of these initials. Before you leave the car to look round Dartmead, we'd like to tell you what the words on the clock of St. Peter at Buckland in the Moor were, in case you couldn't make them out. It read, "My dear mother." Switch on again when you're ready to leave Dartmead.
We're about to leave. We're leaving Dartmead.
Leave the car park and turn right onto the B384.
There we go.
Cross over the river and continue on towards 2 Bridges.
2 bridges.
Switch on again when you reach 2 Bridges Hotel.
We're there.
You are now at 2 Bridges.
Yep.
You'll appreciate the name comes from the fact that there is the original old bridge, now no longer used, and the new bridge carrying this road. Turn left after 2 Bridges onto the B3212 signposted to Princeton.
So we're going. Turn left. We're going down here towards the Overton, though.
We're going to tell you the history of Princeton,
Really?
and you should continue on this road through Princeton and on
Princetown's
towards
here
Gilberton.
then. There we go. Yeah.
You may remember that earlier I mentioned Sir Thomas Tyrwhitt. He farmed on a large scale
That's
near what is
random,
now known
Harvey.
as Princeton. This was not very successful, for the moor is too bleak for large-scale farming. During the Napoleonic War, the prisons and prison ships in this country, in particular the ships off Plymouth, were bursting at the seams with French captives. And Sir Thomas persuaded the Prince of Wales, who afterwards became George IV, to get the Admiralty to find the necessary monies for him to build a prison. The labourers and masons started work at the beginning of the winter in 1805, but soon came out on strike and demanded more wages. The contractors reported it had cost them over £120 in that 1 week in lost wages. In the spring, 4 years later, the first French prisoners marched from Plymouth to Princeton. It was a mixed collection of officers and other ranks. The officers were granted parole and were allowed to visit nearby villages where they could buy extra food to supplement their prison diet. The other ranks held in the prison had the benefit of a market which was held each morning in the prison where the local traders would sell their wares. In November, some 6 months after the arrival of the first prisoners, there was a measles epidemic and nearly 500 died.
Oh, that's the measles epidemic music. So it looks like we're still at Princetown here. George IV. Come on, get on with it. Yes, we know you've got a flute. Very fluty. $500 died for measles. Come on, get on with it. We've got no fast forward on this, that's a problem. Yeah, come on, get on with it. Blimmin' racket. So yeah, looks like we're just at Princetown. Princetown's quite a popular place. It's also where the prison is. All those that mentioned the prison earlier, the Dartmoor prison is at Princetown. Where is Devon relative to the map? You'll need to stick Google Maps on, really. I haven't got a map to hand, but Devon is southwest England, and this is probably the middle of Devon almost. Let me see if I can get it up on the screen for you a minute, if we get a chance. Maps. So here's Dartmoor. Look. This is where we're looking.
In 1813, when America was trying to occupy Canada,
so this is where we live, up here.
Britain claimed the right to
So
search
Devon is pretty much this piece here. So it's sort of
which we considered illegal.
South Devon.
The American prisoners who were transferred from prison ships were not as fortunate as their French counterparts. They had no private incomes, and the American government didn't send any money toward their upkeep. They were imprisoned in what can only be described as terrible conditions during winter. They had no heat, and the water was frozen. At last, these scandalous conditions forced the American government to pay the lives of a penny halfpenny per day for each prisoner. During 1815 and 1816, the American and French prisoners continued to return
South Devon.
the Negroes being some of the last to go, as they had no desire to return to the southern states. Tiddit didn't wish to see the prison fall into disuse, and so he asked Parliament if they would take it over from the Admiralty for use as a civil prison. They decided not to at that time, and Tiddit had to look elsewhere for other ideas. He proposed to King George IV, firstly, that it might be used as an orphanage. This idea did not take on. Then he suggested that perhaps they could develop the granite quarries further, and to enable the granite to be moved from the moor, a rail company was launched. This brought a new period of prosperity to Princeton, and by the time Tiddit died in 1833, the quarrying was at a peak.
We're still at Princetown.
Some 8 years later, the quarries slumped, and once again, Princeton was in a state of depression. 5 years later, part of the prison was taken over as a factory, but this failed very quickly.
So what about the prison?
The Duchy of Cornwall always felt that the prison one day would again be needed, and for the next few years spent some money on the upkeep of the buildings. It was at this time that the outcry against the deporting of prisoners to Australia was reaching its peak.
I think Prince William's the Duchy of Cornwall now, isn't
deportation of prisoners, and this made it necessary to modernize and improve Dartmoor so that it could once again be used as a prison.
Hessery is 2 S's and an ARY, I believe, Les. Yeah, the big masters at North Hessery tour. Let's try selecting through it.
And of pounds. You'll see them standing out clearly against the heather. You'll remember that I said that the pound was the outside wall usually surrounding a village of several huts dating back to the Bronze Age. It's perhaps worth thinking, as we sit in comfort, of the sort of life that the Bronze Age man must have had. For the huts must have been filled with smoke from the peat fire. The food was very plain and simple. Ore extraction was a stream. After digging out the ore, it was crushed between granite rocks and separated.
Nothing on 2.
Hampstead on the B3212, and this will lead you onto the A30.
We hope you've enjoyed your shell sound guide and will join us on another occasion.
Well, there you are. Thank you very much. So you've just gone on to the A30. They're great, these tapes, aren't they? They really are. I love them. I really do. So I've still got some work to do. I've got to find out where the noisy transistor is. I'll probably use the signal tracer or the oscilloscope for that. But that works. Let's see what this sounds like now I've done the capacitors. No worries, Matamble. You're welcome. It does sound a hell of a lot better now I've done those caps. Well, there you are. That's been a bit of fun. I'm going to go through that at some stage. I don't know if I'm going to have a chance this week. I've got a mental week ahead of me this week for some reason. I don't know why, but it's going to be really busy this week. So I hope you've enjoyed that. It's been a good bit of fun. As I say, there is noise on the right-hand channel, so I've only got 50% of it to look through. No schematics. I'm just going to have to go through it and see if I can find where the signal path is and sort it out from that. You want a bit of jungle boogie. I haven't. What else have I got here? I don't think there's anything else that'll play properly because that one might. Carpenters. I'm definitely going to get hit to hell. I might have already got copyright hits with Herb Albert, to be honest. But I've got various tapes here. I was going to pull the Elvis one apart. I'll say I've got this. I've got to go shortly, but I will just show you this little rack of tapes that I've got here. This little rack of tapes. So this is one of these things you would stick this on your dash. Some double-sided tape. This would stick up on your dash. So we've got Rolling Stones. Yeah, see the tape sort of lost its bounce really. The Rolling Stones number 2. Not a Rolling Stones fan, to be fair. Rock and roll is here to stay. I got some rubbish. Glenn Campbell's greatest hits. Glenn, we love you, Glenn. We've got to try Glenn. I'm sorry, but you know. Have we got anything interesting on there? Or is it all rubbish? It says it's his greatest hits, but I can't see any. Oh, Galveston's on there. Wichita Lineman, yeah, okay, that's 2, but I don't think that's all his greatest hits, is it? But some of them, this is grubby. I know I shouldn't, but, you know, I do.
I need a small vacation. Is that someday you'll care? My hopes and my dreams come true. You've got to try a little kindness. Yes, sure, but I need you to hold me tight more than want you.
Gotta love a bit of Glenn Campbell. I do like a drop of Glenn, I must admit. Glenn Campbell then, greatest hits. What is this? Beach Boys. Look at the state of that. That's been well played. Jesus. What? It's got a bit of foam in there. It's not great. Let's have a look. The motor's getting quite warm. No, we mustn't. You get me in trouble. Yeah, that needs new tape. New foam, I mean. Various Together. 16 hits from 16 great CBS albums. Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo. Found a Child. Move Over. Si Cabo. Cast Your Spell. Uranus. Mr. Natural, New York, Teeth, A Man Like Me, Merrimack County, Lover of the Bayou. What a load of rubbish on that one. God, 4 tops. 4 tops, look. Stillwater Reflections, Love is the Answer. It's All in the Game. I wish I were your mirror. Everybody's Talking. I remember some of those. Now that one's had it. The foam is gone on all of these. So all of these need refurbishing. They all need refurbishing. So I need to scan the labels and try and clean them up maybe. I don't know. Anyway, who said Glenfiddich? That's a good idea. Anyone wants to send me Glenfiddich? That'd be great. So thank you everybody for joining me today. You've enjoyed the stream, Rich? Great, thank you. Yeah, get the thumbs up going, people, and if you're not subscribed, then hit that subscribe button. Let's see if we can get to 6,000 again before Christmas. You like a bit of 4 tops, yeah? You're more your Gong Hawkwind man. There's nothing to see in Kansas. Not a Stones fan, but he likes Glenn Campbell. I know. What's that all about? I just like a bit of Glenn. He's got one of those voices. It's a bit like Jim Reeves. I like Jim Reeves. Not a Perry Como fan or a Val Dunican. Well, a bit of Val. You know. Anyway, there you go, people. Hope you've enjoyed that today. If you have, you know, give it a thumbs up and leave a comment if there's anything you want to see again or hear again. If you want me to play the whole Dartmoor tape all the way through, I can do a little video of that and put it up. A Day on Dartmoor, if I can find the start of it, that is. I don't know, Matambly. It was all very shouty for me back in the day. I really, you know, there's a couple of their songs I don't mind, but just not really. Just really not a Stones fan. I don't know, maybe I'm strange. Oh well. Anyway, thanks everybody. Have a good one, and I will catch you in the week. I've got a video, another video coming out in about a week's time, but it'll be out early next week for Patreons and channel members. So again, thanks to my Patreons and channel members. And I'll catch you soon. Bye for now.